Alright, there we go. Now we have a microphone. Sorry about that, chat. Let me start completely the fuck from scratch, alright? So here we are, we're doing Expedition 17, and as I was saying when you guys didn't hear me because my microphone wasn't turned the fuck on, they added another star type to the game. As I was saying, and have to now re-say because the microphone, again, wasn't working, yellow stars were your starter stars that you start the game playing on, and they're not special. Then you go to the red stars to get cadmium, which upgrades your shit so you can go to green stars, which you get emerald, which then lets you get crap to go to the blue stars, which is the indium. Purple stars are the new ones, which this expedition centers around because they are new. And as I was trying to say, before I realized my microphone wasn't doing shit, that in order to get to the purple stars outside of this expedition, you gotta do a ton of shit. Like, a lot of fucking story quests. Like, a ton. Like, I'm very surprised that the developers thought it would be cool to be like, oh yeah, you want to go to purple stars? You got about 12 to 13 hours of gameplay to get through before you can do that. So, huge disclaimer to the Worlds 2 update and your excitement about purple stars. You better have completed literally every fucking thing the game has. Like, I'm talking everything. So, keep that in mind. And I think, kind of realizing I didn't make dinner. Shit. I got so excited about shit that I didn't make food. I'm gonna take a little bit of a breaky break to go do that because I'm really hungry and it's 8 o'clock and I have not had any dinner. So, yeah, just give me a pause. I'm gonna throw something in the microwave or whatever. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm gonna eat, so I'm probably not gonna move in the game for a little bit. So we're in quote unquote Twitch just chatting mode right now. But yeah, like I was saying, the prereq to get Purple Star access is do every story mission ever. And back when I first started playing No Man's Sky, you might say, oh, well, that's like 5 minutes of go to the thing, do this thing, do that thing, you're done. Wrong. They have added so many quests. Go to the wiki, look up what you need to go to Purple Stars. You'll find, need to complete this mission. And when you look at that mission, it says prerequisite, complete this other mission. Just go to the one that says storyline. There's like at least 10, 20 missions. And the one I just did took me hours. And that's one. So, if you think you're going to start playing regular save, No Man's Sky, Purple Star Access, nope. Not unless you've already done everything else, which I hadn't. I wasn't really interested in story quests because I found them boring. And I'm going to tell you right now, the story quest missions are pretty fucking boring. A lot of fetch quests, a lot of, oh my god, existential crisis dialogue. Are we real? Are we simulations? Are we things that killed other things that became other things that turned into other things that reincarnated as other things? Like, every sci-fi crisis existential cliche known to man. It's been tread and tread and tread and tread. Part of the reason I think that I find almost no TV shows, movies, anything entertaining anymore because I have hit Simpsons did it mode, where I've seen it all and I'm just starting to see regurgitation and repatternization. Everything is just the same, and it's like I'm done. I'm bored. I don't want any of this. Now, if you've been living under a rock, or you're like 8 years old, you might find the story stuff in No Man's Sky entertaining. But I'm just like, whatever. Let me do my own thing, let me go my own way, let me build my own shit, let me do whatever I want. And for reference, I have fully upgraded everything. I mean, unless there's a whole suite of upgrades I don't know about that are not in the anomaly, that are not in the upgrade identification station, or whatever the hell. You know, if there is stuff to do that I haven't done already, I'm not aware of it. Much like how I was not aware of the 8,000 hours of story quest that they added. Now, I vaguely remember that they expanded that in the past, and I just didn't care. I was like, okay, it's not important. I don't need to know this. I don't care about this. But if you want to go to those purple star systems, bruh, that shit's suddenly super fucking important. And if you're like me, and you did enough of the story quests to get your ass moving around and doing shit, and then just said, fuck this, I'm doing my own things now, you got a lot of work ahead of you. a lot of really tedious, samey, I've done this 1,000 times style work. So you might say, Ryan, are these purple stars worth all the effort? And I will say, well, friendo, that's what we're about to find out. Because, lucky for us, Expedition 17 happens to revolve around purple stars almost exclusively. And from what I can tell, we're already in one. I'm just in the bottom of this hole because I'm eating a sandwich real quick because I forgot to make dinner. I got excited about a thing, and then I got annoyed because a certain somebody who I am doing stuff in a video game with decided to go watch TV instead and isn't going to help me do anything, and I got kind of mad, so. I said, fuck it, I'm gonna go do No Man's Sky Expedition instead. Which would have either been me playing this game that I wanted to play with friend to have assistance in doing things, and then be doing things myself and putting forth tons and tons of effort into a co-op project by my fucking self, only for said other friend to come along and just reap the benefits of having waited for me to do it all by myself. Or I say fuck it and go do something else, which is what I did. If it sounds like me and my friend have a turbid, maybe rocky relationship, it's kind of a personal tick thing, personality differences and whatnot. And I think my friend has ADHD. So his lack of focus is not a world-ending problem. But it just means I'm going in a different direction. Which, as a 30-something, you learn to identify that and, see it for what it is. Where a younger me would have been like, I'm gonna just tear apart his base, fuck up all his shit, be a giant asshole in retaliation. But the 30-something me is like, whatever. I'll just go play a different game that I can enjoy by myself. Or, I guess, more accurately, myself and any and all potential viewers or non-viewers. Chat. That's you, chat. So I guess while I'm finishing my banana, I had a good vacay. Went to a warm place. Got to be on the beach for a while. And some other stuff. Had really terrible as hell congestion for the first couple of days, if not the first whole week. Went to an urgent care. Got some steroids and antibiotics. Took the steroids. They worked great. Didn't touch the antibiotics. And had a fantastic rest of my trip. Congestion free. Got a little bit of sunburn, but not much. And got to escape from the cold, chilly, icy hell of which I am now back in. Though it isn't quite as bad as when I left. When I left, we were teetering just around the 20s. And it was kind of going back and forth between 0, or, well, not like 0, but, you know, like super low temps, like 20s and 18 and low, super low. And it would occasionally come back up above, like, say, 30. Right now, today, I think yesterday we were, like, in the upper 30s, and today we're dropping down to, like, 20-something overnight, and it's gonna snow and rain and shit, and it's nasty. But, you know, as long as it stays above 20-something, for the most part, it's not terrible. I can tolerate the 30s, even though I hate it, and it's cold and it's miserable. It's the lower, below 20 temps that are, like, awful. Because then you have to worry about pipes freezing and the road being super shitty and, like, ice not melting and stuff like that. It's kind of bad. Like, it's, like, really, really bad. Whereas 30-degree temps is, like, as long as it's above freezing, then, you know, the ice melts, the snow can melt and be pushed away with snowplows. You can live, you know. Lower than 20, you're just like, fuck, I hate everything. So, I need pure ferrite. And I'm gonna guess that my multi-tool does not have advanced mining laser. Am I correct? I am correct. So I have to make a shitty little sit-on-ground refiner. Unless... what does this do? Okay, good. Okay, so now I have the personal backpack refiner now. So all I need now is the shit to refine. Right? Oh, never mind. I can't even do it. I don't have, unless it put it in the Starship inventory. Did it? Okay, it did. Perfect. And I don't know why the game does this, where it's like, hey, hodgepodge random bullshit mess, where everything's all fucking scattered around like a 2-year-old throwing his toys in the fucking air and letting them just lie on the ground in random orders. Like, can we not fucking put the technology next to each other, please? Guys? Sean Murray and friends, can we please maybe have this shit in a way that makes some sense? Because it's currently all over the goddamn place. Okay. My OCD is tripping. Hard. I mean, this stuff doesn't really matter because there's no matching on any of it. I'm just gonna move it around a little bit though. Because, like, I'll get missile upgrades, I'll get gun upgrades. I won't I guess I will get upgrades for the landing gear, so let's... I gotta fix it first, of course. I need this pure ferrite, which means I need regular ferrite. So I gotta grab it from somewhere. Unless this gives me something. I guess it gives me crunchy wings too, whatever the fuck that means. Oh, it's meat. Great. Lovely. Gross piles of animal flesh. Sweet. I'll eat it for sustenance. Anyway. So yeah, I had a good time in Warm Place. And I would go back again in a heartbeat because I am not in a warm place and I am not happy to be in a cold place. But, yeah. I've been very against owning a motorcycle, even though my brain is like, I want it. It's the whole angel on one side, devil on the other kind of thing, where I'm teetering back and forth of, do I want this, do I not want this? The practicality of a motorcycle is rather limited, especially where I am at. But it's one of those things where I want it, and at the same time I feel like I shouldn't want it. They're dangerous, right? They can cause you to die because you're traveling at a high rate of speed, you have like literally no protection from anything, and traffic is heavy where I'm at, and people are stupid where I'm at, so the chance of death, mostly from other people and not myself, because I would probably be fine in a vacuum. Because, you know, I don't think I would have an issue piloting the bike and not dying from it. My issue is people are stupid and crash into you or cause you to have to move away from them because they're idiots and they're driving stupid, and then because you're avoiding them, you potentially crash and die. So, it's not a good idea. It's just really not a good idea, and my fam are very against it. They're like, no, don't do that. That's stupid. And you won't ride it more than a couple times a year, and it's impractical, and it's a lot of money, and blah, 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 blah. You know, all these reasons why I shouldn't do it. And I agree on, like, every one of those points. However, I think I have found a thing that may convince me to do it. But this is conditional. A, it's not available, the bike I'm looking for. It's new. It's brand new. Like, so brand new it's not around to purchase, even. So that is problem number one. Problem number two, which is in theory gonna solve itself, is that I go to work in an area where I get on a major arterial freeway that is super duper heavy traffic. Very dangerous for any vehicle, even a car. Like, it's bad. I have had some instances of road rage, and most days, on my way home at least, I'm stuck in stop and go traffic. Today I was not, surprisingly. It was very light traffic, which I thought was weird because it's Wednesday and it's February, so what the hell? But it's just random. It's some days it's crazy, some days it's not. Some days I'll be in a giant line waiting to get on the freeway in the morning and waiting to get off the freeway in the afternoon. Like, it's very, very random. And that's gonna go away because we're relocating to a different place. My building that I work in is shutting down, and I am going to be forced to go to a different location, which I'm actually fine with because, again, the traffic going to this other location is much lighter. So much lighter. So much more manageable. It's a straight line to a city further north of me. Versus getting on the major arterial freeway that sucks, that's traffic riddled, that's terrible. So, the thing is, we haven't made this transition yet. So I'm still driving on this major freeway and getting stuck in traffic, and, you know, that would be hella dangerous on a motorcycle. I would never, like, you know, maybe if I were very experienced and I knew traffic was going to be light, I might consider it. But it's just bad. It's just really bad. So that problem will solve itself, I hope. Unless somehow, some way, my company decides to change their mind and make us go back to staying at the facility I'm at now, which I would actually kind of prefer in some senses because the facility I'm in now is way nicer than the one we're moving to. But the thing is that we own the facility in the northern city, and the one that we're in, where I currently work, is leased. And the company wants to save money by doing away with the lease and going everybody to the one that we own instead, which has not been a popular decision. We have had a number of departures, and I think the company was kind of counting on that to save money again. So it's contentious, but the point is, traffic going that way is a lot nicer and would be a lot safer. So that's kind of my justification for that, is that yes, it's dangerous to drive it around here, which maybe is still problematic and bad in that I live here, and therefore it's probably not a good idea to own a motorcycle here because it's super dangerous around here. But, you know, I don't know. And then, so the other thing is, I'm not making a whole lot, so this bike would be too expensive, normally. I can afford it today, right now. If I wanted to buy it, I could go buy it fully, like, totally pay it off entirely, and not have any payment plans or anything. But it's just like, that's a lot of money to spend on something that's not really safe to use around here, right? But it's like, if I get hired full-time, I will make nearly twice the amount of money I'm currently making. Maybe. As an estimate. I might end up making only 1.5 times. I don't know. I don't know how much the company's going to throw me. Especially given how uncertain things are going to be going forward and how uncertain things already are. But if I were to make crap loads of more money, I would be able to afford this bike no problem. So that's that out of the way. The other the other thing that's really it's a dual. It's so this another. There's another like kind of problem and not problem. It's like a half and half situation because it's like the world is trying to switch to EVs, but here in America, our current sitting madman, Donald Doofus, hates EVs. Thinks they're terrible. Doesn't like them at all. Wants them to go away. Doing everything he can to make that wokeness go away, as he calls it. So, I'm actually kind of surprised he hasn't fully gone out of his way and just said, you know what, EVs are fucking banned. Because that's just the kind of guy he is. He would just do that. He would just be like, fuck it, they're banned. But at the same time, he will lose popularity when he starts ruining shit and people realize he's not helping at all and our country falls and becomes a terrible place. He will be ousted somehow. Or, if he follows the rule of law, which I doubt, he's supposed to leave in 4 years. He's supposed to no longer be president because this is his second term and you're supposed to only have 2 terms. 4 years each term, 8 years total. He's already had 4 years. This will be his last 4 years and he'll need to leave office forever. But he's the kind of guy that looks at a law and says, I don't really feel like following that shit. I kind of want to change it so that I can stay in power forever and be a dictator forever. Which is what the most pessimistic, quote-unquote, liberals think. Is that he'll just abuse power so heavily, he'll just stay in power forever and never leave. And when people are like, no, you gotta leave, rule of law, and all that shit, he'll just, like, use the military and, like, kill them or something. But there's an undisputable fact. The world has decided, and by the world I pretty much am talking about China, EVs are a thing, and they're going to continue to be a thing, and gas-powered shit is going to cease to be a thing. That's at least China's view. And Europe is leaning in that direction, though there's been pushback because, you know, the Germans don't like, you know, the Germans like their cars. They like their gas-powered things. And the rich people of the world have spoken with their wallets and said, no, EVs are kind of terrible, we don't want them. So it's one of those things where it's like, will we, won't we, will we, won't we? While Donald Trump is in charge, gasoline isn't going anywhere. In fact, he's going to make it so that gasoline is the preferred choice of everyone and anyone because that's just how he rolls. That's what he desires. He thinks gas, ICE-powered shit is good, EV-powered shit is bad. For whatever reasons his feeble little brain tells him. Looking at things practically, he has somewhat of a point. Not a very good point, and not one I would say I fully agree with, but the thing is, EVs right now suck. They're terrible. Especially in cold weather. They lose tons of range, and they cost a fucking fortune, and they're disposable trash. So, EVs as they are currently being built are in fact bad. Because they just are. They cost too much, in more than just their upfront payment, which is way higher than an ICE car. They also come with huge costs in terms of insurance. Maintenance costs are less frequent because, again, there are less parts to an EV, but the battery pack is the part that costs literally like $20K or higher. It's nuts. It's just insane. There was a story about a person needing their Rivian truck fixed. They got in a minor fender bender where a piece of the back bumper, whatever it was, got bent. And they spent like $40,000 US. $40,000 US to repair this bumper. Because they had to take the whole goddamn truck apart to get to whatever it was they needed to fix. Or they had to, maybe there was some problem with the battery pack and they had to, recertify or whatever. I don't know. Something about it cost them a ton of money. I don't know the specifics because I don't remember off the top of my head. But it's like EVs are just not there yet. They're just not ready. Eventually, if solid state battery technology comes out and is fucking amazing, like everyone says it is, then that'll be a game changer perhaps. But for the time being, EVs are terrible. They cost way too much. They don't offer anything beyond not paying for gas, which is made up for by the insanely high cost of ownership and maintenance and insurance. Like, they're just not cheaper. They look cheaper because you're not buying gas, but that really only is the case if gas goes up in price huge, which it's super duper not gonna ever. Like, Donald Trump will do absolutely anything and everything to make sure gas is super duper cheap because that's like his reasoning for why EVs are bad. Or at least one of the major reasons. Like, oh, gas is not expensive. And he blamed the liberals when Biden was in power. Like, oh, see, price of gas is super high because Biden's in power. If it was me, I'd make it lower. Which, by the way, Donald Trump has literally no control over gas prices at all. He can claim that all day long, but it's the people refining and selling the gas that dictate prices, not him. And if they're willing to play ball because he bribes the shit out of them, then yeah, sure, he controls gas prices because he's bribing the shit out of them to make the prices low. The people that actually control the prices. But point is, if, like, let's say the Saudi Arabian government that provides us with tons of oil that's refined, which is why we buy it from them, and I'm talking out of my ass a little bit, but I'm just saying, if our enemies, if somebody that provides us gasoline decides they want to start charging more money and they're not willing to play ball with Trump, then the price of gas will go up. But it is unlikely. It is very unlikely. It is possible. If we go into another stupid, dumbass war, then gas prices will go up. And EVs will start looking good, and Trump will start looking bad because, hey, EVs are actually good. Trump, gas prices suck. What are you going to do about it? Oh, maybe we should buy EVs. Maybe you're a giant dumbass, and maybe we shouldn't believe you anymore. And then he'll be all like, oh no, I'm losing my people. I got to get gas prices. It's stupid. It's entirely stupid. The whole thing. And I'm going off on a fucking political tangent, and I apologize. So, long story short here is that I'm in a conundrum on this because the bike I'm looking at is a gas bike, right? It's not an EV bike. I looked at EV bikes, they're crazy expensive. Like, crazy expensive. The bike I'm looking at now, I can buy 2 of those for a single EV bike. That's the insanity of high cost of EVs. Those battery packs are just insanely high price. $20,000 bike versus $10,000 bike. That's a no-brainer, right? But see, the thing is, it's like, if we switch regimes again, which will happen when either we drive Trump out for not leaving office in 4 years like he's supposed to, or he goes away and we elect somebody that's Democratic back in and they go gung-ho on EV adoption, then gasoline-powered shit becomes useless and worthless and something you can't get rid of all of a sudden. So it's a double-edged sword, this idea. But it's like, one of the things that's driving me towards this one, other than the cost differential of 20 versus 10K, is the fact that this thing, so it's made by Honda, this bike, and we've traditionally had really, really solid experience, really good, happy performance with our other Honda motor vehicles. Like my car, for example, is a Honda, and it's great. My parents had a Honda that they hated, but it really depends on where the car comes from, who is putting it together, the parts that make it up, blah, 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 blah. Point being is that Honda motorsport stuff, ATVs, and motorcycles are largely fucking good. Like, really good. They hold their value the same way that the cars generally do, actually. And we own at least 3 different Honda ATVs, and they've all been great. The newest one, mine, of course, is rather cold-blooded in that it doesn't like to start in cold weather. And my dad stupidly didn't put additive in the gasoline to prevent the gasoline from basically decaying into piss water and brown. And so then it wouldn't start because it was trying to run on decayed, not actually fuel anymore, water. And that probably maybe fucked up the engine even. But now that it's got actual gasoline and cold weather additive in it, it runs great. I had the fun of peeing out the shitty non-fuel last winter. Because I was like, this thing is running rough, man. It's not starting, it's not doing anything, it's being a piece of shit. Peed out some of the fuel into a cup, sent that to a friend of mine who knows more about that shit than I do, and he's like, yeah, that's really, really not good fuel, because it has basically decayed into nothing. And you probably should have put additive in there to prevent it from doing that, which we have now done, and that shit is now working. But, like I'm saying, motorsports, Honda, good. Very, very solid performance across the board. So, the fact that it's a Honda, already great. Here's another tidbit. And this might tell you what bike I'm looking at, actually. It has a dual clutch system. And for those of you who have no fucking idea what I just said, it essentially means that the bike has a variable transmission in that it can, I guess let's start out with the basic of a manual transmission. You got to shift the gears, right? And the thing that sucks about manual transmissions, the reason I hate them, is because you can stall. If you don't do it right, you basically kill the engine and you're stuck sitting there with a car that's basically off because the engine is dead. And if that occurs in the middle of an intersection full of cars honking at you, you're going to be like, why are manual transmissions even allowed to exist anymore? And the reason is because the people who actually use them properly and like them have control over whether or not that shit goes away or not. So Unfortunately, manual transmissions still exist. And most motorcycles, as it turns out, especially the gas-powered ones, have manual transmissions with clutches that can stall. Which is the reason why I was looking into EV bikes, because I don't want a manual transmission, I don't want a clutch, I don't want the bike to stall, because that would be terrible. However, having a dual clutch, like this bike does, allows it to do either a manual shift, like a manual transmission, where you pick the gears, or automatic transmission, where it does it on its own. And kind of halfway in between, where you can allow the computer of the thing to kick in and shift when it needs to, but it will allow you to shift up until it detects that it's going to damage itself, and it shifts for you as like an emergency. It's great. And in fact, I already have a device, an ATV, with this technology in it. My ATV has a dual clutch like this, and it is wonderful. Pretty much, it means that you can pick and choose what gear to be in without the fear of it stalling, because there is no clutch lever. You just shift. That's it. So for people like me who never had a clutch to begin with, and just like so we have another one that has a push button shift, where you just push up and down arrows to shift up and down. And again, there's no clutch. It doesn't need one. Which I think that one also has a dual clutch, but it's like an older version of it. So it's like, this bike is perfect in almost every way. Like, it's an easier, lighter, smaller bike that's cheaper than an EV bike. It has the dual clutch, so it's never going to stall. And it ticks every box. It even looks good. That's one of the other complaints I have about bikes that aren't like the super duper sporty bikes, is that they all look stupid. Like anything that's like a Harley, one of those, cruiser style bikes, I hate those. They look stupid. They either A, look like a Harley, so everybody's going to think you're a douchebag, and your bike probably is loud and annoying, or it looks like one, and I hate them. 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 So then it's like, okay, then you go into the sport bikes, but then you have the clutch problem, where they have the clutch and they stall and shit. So it's like, okay, well, maybe halfway, you meet halfway, the naked bikes, or the adventure bikes, quote unquote. But then they look stupid. They don't look good. So this one that I'm looking at is a more aggressive body style, but it's still considered, quote unquote, an adventure bike. So it's easier to ride, easier to pick up and learn, has a dual clutch so it can't stall. Like, everything about it is just good and better than a different bike that I would have looked at, because the EV ones are too expensive, the other gas-powered ones are too hard to ride, too heavy, too ugly. There's just all these problems. And this bike doesn't have a lot of those. Like, the thing that got me here, actually, is I was looking at a bike that I thought looked cool, and then I read the amount of horsepower it had. It had 9 horsepower. It's a micro street bike. It is, was it CFM Papio? Which, if you look that up, it's like, bruh, this is basically a moped. And it is. It looks like a crotch rocket, but it's tiny as fuck. It is the smallest, littlest, babyest bike. It is supposed to be competing with the Honda Grom, which, if you look at a Honda Grom, you'd be like, this is for children. This is for their midgets. This is a small, itty-bitty, tiny baby bike that's never going to be good for anything other than being on, like, a private track, because it's so tiny. So, I like the Papio. I like the way it looks. I think it looks really good. I would be totally fine with it being small, but it's so dinky and powerless that even in the situation I mentioned earlier where I'm going to a different location and the traffic is lighter, I'm still going to be needing to get up to 65 miles an hour. And that Papio ain't going to do that. The reviewer whose article I was reading, I guess I can name drop Mercedes Streeter on the Utopian, she was like, got it up to 60. That's the top speed. And I'm like, Jesus. I feel like if you took a corner too fast on that thing, you'd probably kill yourself. Because you're traveling at 60 miles an hour on like a roller skate. So, yeah, that thing is adorable. I love it. I was reading Mercedes' article about the thing, and I it sounds like a blast. If I get full-time, and I make so much money that I just don't know what the hell to do with it all, I probably will buy one of those Papio bikes. Just for farting around on my parents' property that they have. Because it's adorable. I love it. It's a cute little bike. It looks really good. I want it. It's an irrational need. But so that led me to, okay, what bikes, it's supposed to be competing with the Honda Grom, right? And I would not buy a Honda Grom. Because unlike the Papio, I don't like the Grom. I think the Grom looks stupid. It looks like what it is. A small baby toy that you'd never use for anything practical ever, because it's so tiny. And unless you lived in a city that had low traffic and super duper safe roads, the Honda Grom would be worthless. Like, if I lived in the place where my new building that I'll be working in is, if I lived in that city, a Honda Grom would still probably not be very safe, because, I mean, there are just some people out there that do drugs and stuff, and they're just not very safe drivers, and them versus a Honda Grom is you dead, for sure, guaranteed, 110%, even if you're wearing full gear and helmet and gloves and all that shit. You're just not going to live. Because the Grom is too small. It's just not good. So I was like, okay, what else does Honda make? And I came across this other bike, and I was like, okay, it looks okay. It doesn't look terrible. Because initially I was basing it on, what do they look like? How do they look? Is there any bike in here that's not a super crotch rocket $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 fucking insane rocket ship bike, or a dumbass ugly fucking Harley Davidson style cruiser or whatever? Well, what do they have? What do they got? Because Honda is good. Honda's great. If I was going to buy something on brand name, it's going to be a Honda. And so I took a look, And I found this bike, and it has their dual clutch system, which I already knew about, and I already really liked that system. And I just kept finding other things I liked about it. Now, granted, as I said, the one I want is the newest version of this bike, and it's not available. I looked, and they don't even... Like, I put the find one near me to the full 500-mile radius, and there's not one anywhere with that model year. So it's too new. This 2025 model year version is not out and won't be probably for a while. So I got time. And again, the whole I work in a building where I'd have to go on a road that's not safe for any bike at all. So I have to wait and see if we actually go through with the move, which I assume we will, because we've been working on it for like the last couple months. I'll have to wait and see, because maybe I'll get converted full time and make a bunch more money, and this decision will become much easier. But I should look around, you know. I mean, there's other companies, like Kawasaki makes the Ninja, which I was looking at Zeros. I'll do a full disclosure of the EV bike I was looking at was a Zero. The Zeros cost like $20,000 for like I literally went and looked at one in a dealer, and it was like $20,000 for a like 2021 model year Zero, and it's like, that is outrageous. And the reason it's outrageous is because I was reading our good friend Mercedes Streeter's articles. Mercedes made the mention, the quote said that you can get 4 brand new Kawasaki Ninja motorcycles for the price of 1 Zero. So the Zeros are just ridiculously expensive. If you have if money's no object and you have all the money in the world, sure, okay, fine. But like, those of us who are not minions of Trump or Musk and have to scrounge for still way more money than like 40% of the world's population, we had to buy something cheaper. And as I said, I'm not really terribly fond of a bike that has a clutch, because I actually owned for a little tiny bit a way too powerful ATV that had a clutch that was like my new one, the one that I currently have. I have a 250EX, and again, the 250EX has the dual clutch, so it's way easier to use because it doesn't stall. I had what was it? I don't even remember what the hell the name was of the other crazy one that I had, but it was Honda's racing quad, essentially, and it was just a beast of a machine. There's no way I would ever be able to make use of its full potential. And we already got rid of it, so we don't even have it anymore. But it was like my 250. It was cold-blooded. It did not like to start. And we, I don't think had the problem with the fuel additive issue, because that was just my dad being silly. But it didn't like starting. And then when I could get it started, I had issues keeping it running because of the aforementioned stalling. Turns out, one thing I didn't know about manual transmission vehicles that I wish people would have fucking told me, you have to give it gas when you shift. Because otherwise the engine, latches onto the spinning thing, the clutch, I guess, and stops. So you gotta give it gas and then shift. And nobody told me that. So I went months and 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 months of stalling and stalling and stalling and stalling and stalling and just hating the thing because I couldn't keep it running. And then I just thought, well, even though this is really fucking dangerous and I could pop a wheelie and kill myself, I'll give it a little gas. And as soon as I started fucking doing that shit, it was able to shift without stalling. Because as it turns out, you fucking have to do that. And nobody told me. So I was a little pissed off about that. But point being is, it's not even knowing that, I'd still stall occasionally. I'd still have problems keeping it running. Because I'm just so used to it not needing to fucking clutch. Like, that's just such an inconvenience. I was just so babied by the ATVs with the push button and the dual clutch system where it doesn't fucking stall ever. I can literally park my 250 stationary, shift gears while it's just fucking sitting there, and it'll still run. That's the other thing about the manual transmission shit. If you are not giving it gas actively and you're sitting still, it stalls by just sitting still. Turns out manual transmission vehicles do not like to sit still at all. Which is why I never understood why manual transmission vehicles rocked back and forth when they were sitting still. Turns out that's to keep the damn thing from stalling. Because again, it does not want to sit still. Now, you could hold the clutch in and, let the engine just go on its own and then let the clutch back, undo it and have the clutch go back and you can, move forward, but the odds of a stall are so high. And it's just, I hated that. I hated that. I hated that. I hated that. I hated that so much. So dual clutch is or EV, where it's just literally just throttle. You just pull the thing and it goes. That was so important to me for a motorcycle. Because it's I'm going to be in traffic. I don't want to stall. On an ATV, it's not so bad because you're in the woods and there's nobody up your ass. But when you're on the street at a stoplight and you just suddenly can't move, you could get shot. If you're in Compton or, the hood, you could get shot if people were, deranged. Which, in this day and age, possible. Some super hopped up on goofballs, crazy ass motherfucker might be like, I'm gonna just shoot you for being in my way. Now, I'm being insane. I'm exaggerating to the extreme. But point being is I don't want to stall. I have such a strong aversion to it that if it happened to me one time, I would be like, no, I'm done. So, and for those of you out there saying, oh, you just gotta practice, it's like, bruh, I had that high-powered ATV for so long, and admittedly, wasn't giving it gas on a shift, so it stalled pretty much constantly, and that was hugely part of the problem, is nobody fucking told me that you have to gas it when you shift or it will stop immediately. I was very, very unhappy that nobody told me that. I guess that's part of the reason it pushed me away. Is I was like, what other shit about this crap don't I know? What other bullshit, reach behind here, grab this thing, super fucking, what other dumbass things do I need to know about this ancient bullshit system that's archaic and stupid and should be replaced? So I was like, fuck it, I'm done. I don't want anything to do with this. Manual transmission, bad. Forever. And nothing will change my mind. Nothing. Even if I got used to and stopped having issues with stalling, I'd still think that. I would still think that, we don't fucking ride horses anymore. We don't, we don't churn butter anymore. We don't go to outhouses and freeze our balls off, go into a stupid hut outside of our fucking house and poop in a fucking hole like pilgrims or anything. And I know some people in the world actually, do still have to use outhouses, and I'm really, really sorry for you guys. You don't have running water, plumbing in your home. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. But my point is that a manual transmission feels old hat. And it just seems like it's like guns. We're in 2025 and gun technology is still put a thing in a barrel that when you hit the back of it, it blows up inside of a tube and shoots a metal stick out of the end. That's it. It hasn't advanced in 2,000 years. We're still firing rocks out of tubes with explosions. We have no lasers. We have no amazing technology. It's still the same shit we've had forever and ever. And they're still very dangerous because there has been no advancement in gun technology in so long. Mostly because people are like, well, guns are just bad. They're just dangerous. We shouldn't have them. And those people are not entirely incorrect. Guns are very dangerous. They don't really serve much purpose for any reason because in most areas of the world, people are not insane, crazy people trying to murder each other 24/7 like they are here in the United States. So, the world largely has moved on from the need for guns, except for, of course, people in Ukraine defending themselves from the insane, crazy people in Russia who are trying to take their shit and murder them. Which, shame on the Russian soldiers and Putin. Plenty of people in Russia do not want that and have no loyalty to Putin. So don't assume that Russians are all bad because that lacks the context, and there's good people and bad people everywhere, right? So just know that Putin is largely the reason that the Ukraine war is happening because he's a madman. He is not satisfied with just having Russia. He wants Ukraine, and I would argue the rest of the goddamn world because he's, again, a madman, like Trump is. They're both crazy, and I hate them both. But, there's nothing I can do. There's nothing the Russian people can do to stop their own insane leader from carrying out a war on another innocent neighboring country that he just wants to own for whatever reason. He's got this insane notion that somehow, because it was once quote-unquote the Soviet Union, he is owed and owns Ukraine and they're illegitimately independent, which is bullshit. Because the people in Ukraine are very proudly independent from Russia and don't want to be part of Russia because Russia sucks. And, here's my argument to Putin, assuming he would ever even hear this, which he wouldn't. I would say to the man, bruh, look at the map, son. Look at how much land you already have in control. You have Russia, which geographically is almost 3 times the width of the United States. Now, granted, a lot of Russia's probably uninhabitable wasteland, but I'm just saying, man, he's got a lot of real estate. A lot of it. Why does he need Ukraine? What is Ukraine going to do for him? Other than the pinky in the brain mentality of got to take over the fucking world. What else is there? Why else does he need to have it? Apart from world domination, which of course, I do not want to be dominated, and I would fucking go to war and shoot him if I could. Because I don't want to be under his control. I'd be like Ukraine. I'd be like, I'm fighting for my freedom, and if that means going through you, then bruh, I want to plow through. I'm gonna beat your ass. I'm gonna fight. Because I want to live, and I want to be, and I want to exist, and I don't want to be your slave. So, yeah. But yeah, political tangents, again, aside. Sorry, guys. The bike thing is just what was going through my mind literally before streaming, and I kind of went on an insane ramble, and I'm sorry about that, but that's just kind of what's sitting in the back of my mind, and my brain is just like going over mental spreadsheets of this pro versus this con versus, just my brain does that, where I have a big decision to make, and I think about every single facet of the decision, every single piece of the puzzle. That's how I bought my car, actually. Is the first initial thing is, the thing that drives everybody to make any decision. Want, desire, I like it, I want it, I gotta have it. But then, the smart people of the world sit down and think and postulate and weigh the pros, the cons. How much money do I have? How much money do I need? How much does insurance cost? All these little dumb things. So, yeah, I'm trying to talk myself in and subsequently out of a decision that probably if I wanted to live and not scrape my flesh on the side of the freeway and die horribly, I would not make the decision. I would say no. I'd rather be safe and not do a dangerous thing. But then it's like, I'm in my 30s, and I feel as though I have lived as Bubble Boy in a box of boringness, and I want to have some fun. I want to get out there and enjoy the world. And I got an e-bike last year that I loved, and I still love it, and I want to ride it again a whole bunch this year when the weather is nicer. And I'm like, I could do that to go to work. I could go to my parents' house. I could do all kinds of things. And not have to just go down the road because that's the only place I can go because it's not too far. Like, I don't know, bikes are cool. But people say that about smoking, and then they end up with lung cancer. But it's like, I'm not going to get lung cancer from a bike. I'm possibly going to crash and die, but that's if I'm being stupid and not being careful. And I definitely, for 100% certain, definitely, for sure, would for sure wear a helmet on a motorcycle. Absolutely no question. On a bike, like a bicycle bike, it's not required unless you're either A, really bad at riding a bike, which I have ridden bikes like my entire life. Even as an adult, I have probably spent at least, I spend as much on a bicycle as I can, even when I own an apartment, even when I lived with my parents, even, anywhere and everywhere I am, as long as the weather is nice, I usually find some time to ride a bicycle. So I'm pretty okay on two wheels, I think. But I'm going to tell you that you should wear a helmet. Always. Because it is safer, it is better, it is in some places required. And not optional. I think there are probably other countries besides the United States that tell you you cannot ride a bicycle without a helmet or you will get a fine. And that's probably good, but I do appreciate the freedom that we have in America to not wear a helmet, because I ride in places where the only obstacles I'm going to face are pedestrians. I don't ride my bike in the road, because then if I did, I'd have to wear a helmet. But even then, it's so the thing about riding a bike in the road is it's just not safe at all. Like, helmet or no helmet, that's just not safe. That's asking for death. Because a car versus a bike, no matter what you're wearing, you're dead. You can wear a fucking suit of medieval armor and you'd still die. It's just, bikes and cars do not mix. Like, they shouldn't be in the same place. I don't think there should be bike lanes. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people are going to fight me over that and say, well, bike lanes are actually better. No, they're not. They're terrible. There's a spot in my city where it's a freeway. It's an overpass above the major arterial freeway, and there's a lane that gets you on the freeway. And there's a bike lane there. And every time I go by that shit, I think to myself, if there was a bicycle in this lane, they would be dead. I mean, I don't know that a driver would willingly run them down and kill them, because, I mean, that's murder. But, like, there's no... I would not feel safe. I would not, even, again, with helmet, with knee pads, arm pads, elbow pads, eyeball pads, penis pads, every pads. It doesn't matter. That is just a bad place to be. Like, that space, it's just the road has a line drawn on the fucking ground. That's it. That's all there is a stupid, painted, singular, non-existent line. That's just a suggestion. And as I said, it's like a driver of a car is not going to run you down, but like, bruh. That's where cars go. And in order to get off on the freeway going onto the ramp, you have to drive through the bike lane. Through it. Over it, in it. So if there was a bicyclist there, they'd get humped at, for sure. And as I said, in the world we live in today, you might have the one crazy guy who decides that murdering you is totally cool and just run your ass over. Because he's late for whatever. So, maybe I'm on an insane rant here, but that is not a safe place. That is super duper not safe. I wish I could tell which one I've been to. Is that what this white dotted line shit means? That I haven't been to this one? But that's the big one that I started on. So I have been there. Fuck. So I don't know which one of these I haven't been to. There's 5 things, and I have done 4. Where's the last one? Which one do I need to go to? I don't know. I don't remember which ones I've been to. I've not been paying attention. Because I've been ranting about bike lanes and how unsafe they are. But that's my opinion, is I think that a bicycle should be ridden in a place where pedestrians are, because unless you're a literal jackass with like saw blades on your bike and are pedaling so hard that you are traveling at a rate of speed that kills people somehow, a bike crashing into a human being walking a pedestrian is like, oh dang, I knocked you over. That sucks. Let me help you back up. Unless, they're frail and old and dying, and if they get breathed on wrong, they'll break a bone. Which is the argument that a lot of old people use, that, well, man, if I get hit by a bike, I'm gonna, break a hip. And truth be told, if they get hit by somebody going full tilt on a mountain bike, they probably will severely be injured. Because, they're frail and old. I feel like this is the one that I was missing, because there are these ruin pieces. And these ruin pieces are new. Yep, this is the one. But yeah, these are new, and these are, obtainable somehow? I don't remember exactly how you get these things, but you are supposed to be able to get them. You can pick them up, or, learn how to build them or something. I'm not entirely sure. But, yeah. So, 90% of the time, as long as the person riding the bike is not literally intending to kill somebody by running into them, I think that a bicyclist and a pedestrian can share a sidewalk and not have any issues. I do not think that a bicyclist and cars can share a space, because there's gonna be 2 sides to everything, right? Like we were saying, some stupid teenage dipshitical moron on weed or whatever can pedal their mountain bike as fast as they fucking can and decide that it's either cool to hit grandma or just not pay attention because they're tweaked out on weed or whatever, and fucking accidentally hit grandma and kill grandma or injure grandma. Sure, okay, fine. Which is what people are going to say about bikes and cars. They're going to say cars are going to let bikes be in the bike lane and not fuck with them. And I think that's bullshit. I think that is a bad and false argument, because I have to. When I think about me as a car, I don't fucking want bikes in the road. I don't want to have to fucking maneuver around those idiots. They're gonna go slow. They're on a bicycle. They're gonna top out at 10, 20 miles an hour, and I'm capable of going over 80 in some places. Now, am I going to try and pass a bicycle going 20 and while I'm going 80? No, of course not. But if I had a bike in a bike lane and I couldn't get around them because their bike lane was in my lane of travel, and I couldn't go around them because that would put me in oncoming traffic lane, I would be contemplating killing the biker. Even though I wouldn't do it, obviously. I'd just be one of those things where it's I wanna hit him, I wanna hit him, I wanna hit him. but you don't because, you know, we're not insane. But if I were less sane, if I were on drugs, if I were a crazy person, I might just do it. And of course I wouldn't. Like, I'm just gonna say this. I'm not crazy. I wouldn't do it. But that's how I feel, right? We all feel like we want to kill people at certain points. When we're really mad and we really hate somebody and we really want them to die and we try to make them die with our mind and they don't because that's not possible. It's like you have to be a standard normal human and just be mad at them. And that's how every single person in every car is going to feel about somebody on a fucking bicycle driving in the same traveling forward lane to the right side, which is where our bike lanes are in the United States, because we travel on the right side of the road going forward and the other traffic going the other way is on the left side. And they put the bike lane in the right side travel lane, so you have to share it. And that means that in heavy traffic, you get stuck behind the bicyclist, waiting for them to get the fuck out of the way. And it sucks. Because unlike a pedestrian on a sidewalk who can, oh, I'm sorry, I'm in your way, let me go stand in the grass or like move to the left of the sidewalk for a couple seconds or whatever, you can't do that in a car. Or a bike. In a bike lane, in a car lane, you're stuck. Until the bike goes into a business entrance of a parking lot or goes on the sidewalk or gets the hell out of the way, you're stuck. Going 20 miles an hour in probably a zone where you should be able to do 45 or 50. And believe me when I say this. Every single motorist in the entire United States would be honking to no end, as they should, because a bike in their way is bullshit. It is. I'm sorry. It just is. They shouldn't be there. The bike lanes were just casually put there because city planners are like, fuck it, I don't care. I don't want to actually make a place for bikes to be, so let's just put it in the fucking driving lanes. Because there's nowhere else to put them. The pedestrians don't want bikes on the sidewalks. Cars don't want them in the road. Let's just put their bike lane in the roadway. Because whatever, fuck it. And it's dumb. Now, I will say, here in the city I live in, we have places where there are bike lanes that are actually not in the road, that are off to the side where the sidewalk is, but they're also not where the sidewalk is because it's like bikes go here, people who are walking go here, and it's great. That's how it should be. But see, that takes up a ton of real estate. That's like sidewalk, and then even more sidewalk, and then roads. And you don't have that, like, anywhere. Certain cities with, again, liberal leadership, people who actually give a fuck about other people, will make it so that people can coexist, co-inhabit, and function alongside each other, and have bike lanes where bike lanes should be, and car lanes where car lanes should be, and people walking lanes where people walking lanes should be. Everywhere else, leadership is going to be like, fuck it, put this here. Don't care. I'm not being paid enough to give a shit, or I don't have enough budget to give a shit, so fuck it. And they do that, and then you have bike lanes in the road and you have bikers getting killed because they're in the bike lanes and getting ran over by cars because cars are also where the bike lanes are. So, another insane, super long tangent, but I had to provide the background for why I don't think that a bicyclist should ever need to wear a helmet. I think that it's perfectly fine for a bicyclist to want the extra safety that a helmet provides them in the event of them falling off of the bike, hitting their fucking head. They probably should wear a helmet. Yes. But if you're confident in your abilities and you're not going to go fast enough to cause yourself bodily harm by falling over, which I very rarely ever do on a bicycle, then you should be able to do no helmet. And it's not safe. It really isn't safe. You really shouldn't do that. But it's one of those things where it's like, you could say riding a bike isn't safe, driving a car isn't safe, being on a motorcycle isn't, smoking isn't safe. Nothing is safe. It's a sliding scale of literally being in a chamber where you cannot possibly have anything happen to you, or going out and doing some unsafe shit and putting your life on the line. Sometimes you just want to, do something a little dangerous. And that's why people do things like juggle chainsaws and other various things that are crazy, insane, dangerous, because they just fucking don't want to be safe. Because being safe is perceived as being feeble and weak. And you're not really living if you're safe 24/7. You're gonna be bored. You're gonna be like, well, I've been inside this protective chamber of nothingness for literal centuries and have seen nothing but this extremely boring solid color wall for all of my existence. Kind of want to see something new for a change. So, some of us get the urge to do dangerous things because we want to live a little. And for me, that's riding a bicycle very casually and not very hard pedaling, let's say less than 10 miles an hour, which I don't know how much kilometers per hour that would be, but it's slow, right? Barely more than walking. Maybe a light jog pace, right? Something pretty damn slow to where if I fall over at that speed, the only thing that's going to happen to me is I'm going to scrape my knees. Or, if I fall into a pile of hypodermic needles, I would stab myself on the hypodermic needles, and that's what would injure me, rather than the fall, right? So, I don't ride dangerous. Even when I'm going fast, I'm in control. I know what I'm doing. I'm not gonna hurt myself. As I was saying, in a vacuum, I would be perfectly safe at any speed because I would be in control. It's the other people around me that I don't have any idea what their drugged up crazy asses are doing that I worry about. So I have, I have some reservations. I have some uncertainty about this decision I'm trying to make that I've been kind of prairie dogging and back and forthing on whether I should do it or not. And I've largely been not winning the argument with myself and saying, nope, you can't do that. But, like I said, things are changing. My commute is going to maybe be totally different in a few months, and I will have a lot more money to throw at stuff that my cheapskate ass won't purchase for the time being. Like the stuff needed to keep my ass safe on a motorcycle, for example. Because that shit's not cheap. Helmets, pads, gloves, jackets, boots, all that shit. That stuff is super duper expensive. So, yeah, it's been a bit of a tough sell. And hopefully my familial relations are not watching this. But they're kinda some of the people that like to stay really, really, really safe. I mean, so my... It's one of those things where it's like one doesn't agree with the other kind of thing. Where one of my family relations is all for it and thinks I should live my fucking life, and the other one is like, no, you shouldn't do that. So, and you might guess that the one that says no is kind of more in control of things than the one that's not terribly against the idea. But they both agree it's not safe, I mean, they will. My parents will say that it's not safe. It's not a good idea. I shouldn't do it. And I agree. I do think that the calculus of risk to reward is not favorable. But it's like I said, it's like I've been living my life so goddamn safe and so goddamn boring. I'm sitting here playing video games instead of getting out there and doing the shit that a human being is supposed to be doing. So I feel the urge to live my life, to be bold and reckless and dangerous for a change. And I hope it's not going to be like, oh yeah, Chad, I'm going to do it, and then the next day you see an obituary and I'm dead. I will not be insane, right? I mean, like I said, I have ridden a bike for many, many years. I know. Like, I did a supercar thing. I went and drove a supercar, a Lamborghini, around a track made out of cones. And the guy that I was riding, because it was required, was like, give it more beans, go faster, take this corner harder, you can do it. And I'm just like, bruh, this ain't my car, for one. Two, that's crazy, alright? Chill. I'm giving it beans. I was driving the car quickly, right? I mean, that's what I was there to do. But I didn't want to corner too hard. I didn't want to push the car to its limits because, like I said, it wasn't my car. And it's scary. Doing shit like that for the first time ever is kind of scary. You gotta ease into it. And like every lap, I got a little more adventurous. And I had a thing at work where I drove a car really quick, crazily, and they were like, yeah, drive it really fast. Like, turn super aggressive. Just, like, go nuts. And I couldn't... I mean, I did a little. I was a little insane for them. But I just, I don't like to do crazy shit like that. Especially when it comes to balance. That's one of the things... Like, again, when you learn to ride a bike, you're going to have this fear of tipping over. You're going to be afraid that you'll fall. It's natural. It's just the way our brains are wired. To feel that way. Like, we just are like, oh shit, I'm going to fall. Shit, I'm going to fall. Shit, I'm going to fall. Damn it, I don't want to fall. No! And then you fall. Until eventually you learn, as I did when I started riding a bike, that in order to not fall, you either A, have to keep your feet on the ground, or B, you have to be moving. Those two things are required. One of them, at least. You have to be moving or you have to be feet on ground. One of those two things must be true. And, eventually you figure it out. Eventually you learn how to put your feet down when you're slowing down, stop, and balance yourself with your feet. And, you have to adjust the seat to make sure you actually, can touch the ground on the seat of the bike still. I think that's something that a lot of people fuck up when they start riding a bike, is they have the seat too high and they can't touch the ground. But yeah, so doing stuff like that is scary at first. And riding a motorcycle would be scary just because, oh shit, I might stall. Because I remember the stalling from the manual transmission ATV I had, and I don't want to stall. I'm deathly afraid of stalling. Eventually I'd learn to not stall. Eventually I'd learn gotta fucking slam the gas and fucking pop a wheelie in order to shift gears. Which, no, you shouldn't do that. That would be crazy and you'd kill yourself. But you have to give it gas. You have to, you have to do the things right to make it not fuck up. And eventually I'd get over the fear. But in that case, with the stalling, it's more of I just don't want to. I don't want it to happen, and I know eventually I'd learn to control it better, and I'd not stall because I know what I was doing better, but it's just I don't want to deal with that shit. It's not that I'm afraid of it, it's that I don't want it to happen. And I don't fall on a bike. I never fall. I haven't fallen over on a bike and probably since I started learning to ride a bicycle. But it's just, stalling is gonna, again, get me honked, yelled, and maybe even shot at. Falling over on a bicycle is gonna be well, I'm embarrassed and possibly slightly scuffed, right? The stakes are a little different. And a guarantee of not stalling by having the DH, the dual clutch or the EV bike is worth it to me. To do that. Now, if I could get a bike that didn't have a dual clutch for way less money, I might be willing to learn to clutch and tolerate it, because it would save me a bunch of money. But if I get more money for being full-time, then I'm not going to care. I'm going to be fuck it, I'll pay the money. I'll get the better system that won't stall for sure, guaranteed, and have a great time always. So, it's it's just a balancing act. It's risk, reward, how much money, budget, blah, blah, blah. You know, all these different factors come into play to make a decision. And right now that decision is, it's not safe. It's not available. I don't have the, I mean, I do have the money, but I don't have money I want to spend on such a thing. So, I just, you know, you gotta weigh the pros and cons. And you gotta decide if something is right for you based on more than just your gut feeling and your decision of what's safe and not safe or how much money you have and things. You gotta weigh it all. You gotta make, as I said, you gotta look at every angle. And some people will just bumble into a decision because, oh, I have enough money, or oh, I don't care about safety, or whatever. And they don't think about the other parts. And it's like, I could have decided that the EV bike was the only way to go, and I could have said, well, I gotta save up the $20,000 for zero, and that's the only way I'm getting a bike. But it's like, nah, there's other choices. There's other options. I mean, I was reading about from, again, I think Mercedes has an article about a Kawasaki hybrid bike that had something similar to the dual clutch system where it did not stall as often. It wasn't a guarantee in that case, but it was like, you know, it was more of a beginner bike still. And I was really interested in that. But I ended up, you know, that one was also very expensive. So I was like, nah, we're not gonna do that. And in that case, it's just like, again, I'm not in a situation where a bike even makes sense at the moment. As I said, it's changing. We didn't find out about this move until end of last year. So until end of last year, it was like I would have had to do the freeway with the insane traffic around me to commute to work with the bike, and it would have been too dangerous. So it didn't make any sense. It was literally just too unsafe at that time. But now things are different, or they're becoming different, I should say. They are becoming different. As I say, we haven't made this move yet. We're making the move. We're in the process of moving. But it's not going to be complete, and because I'm in IT and I have to support people who are still in the old building, I'm probably not going until the thing's damn near done. So I will not get to I will how do I fucking rename shit? And was it impossible to do this? Can I do anything? I guess I can't, can I? Is there any way to name any of these damn things? So you have to go to a random place. But yeah, so it's the situation is fluid, changing, and the calculus of my decision making is maybe changing with it, maybe. And as a bringing us back to the video game that we're playing right now, I'm gonna say purple stars ain't shit. I mean, as cool as this gas giant planet is, I do not think it's worth doing several several like days and days of story missions to get to this. Just as an initial impression, I do not think this is worth all the effort you have to put in to get here. Outside of the expedition. Obviously the expedition, we're playing it right now. We don't have, you know, we're here with no effort. But yeah, I don't think I would not recommend doing story quests for hours and hours and hours to get the ability to come here. Here's what you do. Get the planetary coordinates with the screenshot feature where you do photo mode like this. And the planetary coordinates are in the bottom left. I don't know if you guys can see that or not, but just go to a portal with that and portal your way here. Which maybe you can't. Maybe the game tells you can't because you don't have the required tech, which would be retarded, and they should do away with that. Because, my God, I thought initially when the update happened, I would just do a quick thing and get to purple stars within like a few minutes. And then I discovered, oh shit, it's a huge ordeal, a huge undertaking. That is going to be hours and fucking hours. And I was like, no. I mean, I started it. I'm working on it actively because I do eventually want to be able to go to purple stars. Because, I mean, maybe the purple stars have cool shit that I need to build other cool shit. But I gotta say, I gotta be honest. If this is it, and there's no super cool recipes that have need of these things that are here on this planet, this quartzite, whatever the fuck it is, I don't know that it's worth it. It doesn't feel worth it yet. Yet, I say. So yeah, that's just the initial impression. I don't think this is worth the trouble of playing all the story. I mean, if you've done the story mission crap already, then you're good to go, right? There's some, I don't know what the quest name is that you have to do before you can learn the tech to do the purple star transfer, like, spaceship tech thing. It's another warp drive upgrade. And you have to have done a certain mission in order to have the ability to get it. So, if you've done that already, sure, go for it. But if you're like me, where you were on, what was the mission called? The Last Traveler or something? Some really, really early on mission in the storyline, you're gonna be playing for fucking days. And that's, again, even if you have a bunch of stuff, like a whole bunch of money, a whole bunch of nanites, all your ships are S-class, have all the S-class upgrades, everything is maxed out, you're still looking at many hours of go talk to this Gek dude, get a quest from him. Oh, but if you do it too soon, he doesn't have it, so you gotta go over here, and you gotta fucking reload this, and you gotta do that, and bruh, that was the other problem. I would go to where the game was telling me to go, or like it was like go to a Gek system, go to a Korvax or Vy'keen system, and it's like, okay, I'm at one, now what? And it wouldn't work. I would go to the cartographer guy, and I would be like, bro, do you have a quest for me? And he'd be like, I'm a cartographer. I have random cartographer shit that's not part of your quest. And I'd be like, okay, what am I missing? What am I missing? I was getting angry because I went to like several different places. Several. Wasted so much warp fuel going to many different systems before I finally realized the game had a specific system. That if you looked at the warp map, it's like, go here! to this one specifically. And I didn't notice it the first time, or the second time, or the third time, until I finally was like, what the fuck system am I supposed to go to? And then I saw the little icon on one of them, and I was like, oh, Jesus. But then I still had the problem where I was in the one it wanted me to go to, and the stupid guy I was supposed to talk to did not give me the quest details. I had to close the game and reopen it. And then he talked to me the way he was supposed to talk to me. And it's just like, Sean, buddy, please. If you're gonna make me do all this bullshit to go to the new content, please, for the love of God, at least make sure that I can do it successfully without having to jump through 8,000 hoops. Because this game is buggy. Like, it's not really, like, game crashes all the time level bad. Or, like, Cyberpunk on launch bad. But it ain't perfect either. There's bugs. Lots of them. And the quests, the story quests, are riddled. Riddled with bugs. So, keep that in mind. If you want to go to a purple system, if you want to see this stormy, floating rock nonsense here, and enjoy this in your main story, your non-expedition save, you're gonna be busy. Finally, an advanced mining thing. I need to be in my ship so I'm not dying, but we need to install that ASAP. ASAP. Give me that beautiful upgrade. Move this garbage out of the way. It's once again not packaged the way it should be, with all the shit that's similar next to each other, stupidly. Okay. And then we also have this thing, which is the hazmat gloves. Those go up here. I will say, this place was purple and now it's blue. So that's kind of cool. I like that. I like that it changes colors. Like cosmic insanity. Like cotton candy mess. I do like that. But, yeah. As I was saying, purple stars are a little overrated. I mean, again, this is pretty fucking visually cool. I like this a lot. This is really neat. But, god damn. All of the hours that I would need to get this on my main save is a little cray. Just a little cray. Alright, so I think there was a world that's not quite as hazardous as that one. Paradise one that we were on briefly for like a minute or two. That I'd like to go back to for a second, if I could. I think it was this one, maybe. Yeah. Well, it says mutating relic, but I think this one was okay. For the most part. I want to deploy the food thing. Because I have plans for a food thing. And I want to see if I can deploy the food thing. Also, I hear the rain out there pattering on my window. And I'm sure it is slowly freezing into solid, shitty, car-wrecking ice. I'd piss on you. Okay, so we need sodium, metal plating, and hermetic seal. We have the metal plating. We have the sodium, I believe. And now we have the hermetic seal, and we are good. So now, we can make the food thing. What? God damn it. Okay, so sodium is the base form. The sodium nitrate is the advanced form. So we have to find sodium. Because we have the sodium nitrate, which is like the condensed carbon, and is the further processed form of sodium. So we need regular ass sodium. Okay. Ta-da, the food thing. Okay. That should have been a thing that we did. Deploy a nutrient... Oh, shit, that's a different thing. A nutrient ingester? What the hell is that? What in the hell is a nutrient ingester? And where do I freaking build that even? Well, we have an objective for cooking food, so let's throw this shit in there. We got processed meat. We could put that in there. No? Okay, that doesn't do anything. This? No. Is there anything that is considered an ingredient we can add to this meat? No. Okay. Can we eat the meat? Does that count as cooking and eating a food? No. Prepare the ingredients. Harvest wheat to make flour. Great. We have a haploid wheat over there. Okay, that thing is marked. Good. Like, I'm gonna lose my food thing. I'm not gonna know where the hell I put it. Okay, we have the haploid wheat. We only have 4 of them, so hopefully that is enough, and we don't need to continue further getting more and fucking more of them. Awesome. Alright, well, there you go. That's how you get the ruin pieces, is you find these weird things. Okay. That's good to know. I saw it was blue and shiny, and I was like, what does that do? Well, my thing was highlighted for a minute. Oh, wait. There it is. Okay, we found it. The highlighted thing went away. And I was like, oh, shit. But it's here. We found it. Okay, so this turns into that. Create yeast from facium? Bruh, that's poop. We're gonna make yeast from poop? Ew. I mean, yeast makes poop for beer, but that's yeast poop. We're talking about actual poop here, like feces, which would in the real world give you terrible disease. And you should not ever consume poop. Sometimes you do because it's in some of our food in very, very, very microscopically small amounts. And, you know, babies sometimes poop everywhere and you kind of, like, ingest it, maybe. By accident, of course. But generally speaking, you're going to get dysentery and die. So don't do that. Can I get some poop from you, son? You need to poop. Give me your shit. I need you to poop.
Radiation protection.
I need you to poop, son. Give me your shit. It's right there. Pick it up. Pick up the turd, man. Come on, pick up the poop. I was in the menu. I couldn't hold the X button to claim the poop because I was in a menu. Anyway. Yes, poop. Let's give me more poop. Okay, we have poop. Where's our food thing? Okay, so what do I do with this? Do I put it in the food thing? Do I put the shit in the food? This seems highly unsanitary. I don't often shit in my George Foreman in order to make an edible product. But I'm gonna let this slide because this is a video game and I'm not actually consuming fecal. But I'm gonna say right now, this is fucking gross. Mix flour and yeast. I mean, that makes sense, but like, normally you don't harvest literal piles of dung to get yeast out of the dung. That's not how the world works. At least I don't think it is. I mean, I guess I don't know where yeast is normally harvested from, but I would hope it would not be piles of fecal. That would be disgusting. I think you typically get it from plants, if I'm not mistaken. Or while we wait for that to process, let me search it on my phone. I'd use my computer, but I don't want to cause the game to be not in focus. Let's see here. Grown in laboratories and in breweries. In nature, fruits. Yeast is found on grapefruits, fallen fruits, rotting fruit, plants. Yeast is found on tree sap, plant leaves, flowers, soil. Yeast is found in soil. Animals. Yeast is found on the skin and intestinal tracts of warm-blooded animals. So yeah, it can come from shit, but like, I'm really, really not thinking that most food yeast is created from shit. That would just be disgusting. And I think it would also come with extremely bad dysentery-causing bacteria. Beer yeasts are kept indoors in a brewing environment. They are harvested after fermentation. Bread yeasts grown by combining flour and water. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, it's a fungus. Worldwide in soils and on plant surfaces. But they said, like, flour and water. So, yeah, food yeast is not from shit. Actually need that here. Oh, wait. That turns into dough, doesn't it? Wait. Oh, okay, we need... Alright, sure. God, this is so tedious. I'm glad you don't have to normally do this. This is a very, very tedious and laborious process. I have to recraft things like 8 times to get a single food. Which, to be fair, that's kind of how you process the goo to get nanites, but, like, I don't have patience for that. Sweet. I have made a food. I will now proceed to not eat it. Nutrient ingester. Oh. That's a feed. That's like a... puts it in your mouth. It is a literal ingester. I was thinking it was like ingesting, like you put things in something. And it is. You put things in your mouth. So it's basically a tiny robotic arm from like a crane game that takes the hot dog and puts it in your mouth. Which is retarded and silly. Sure, why not? That's silly. Nutrient Adjuster improves exosuit performance via the automatic portioning and processing of various cooked items, aka it's a claw arm that puts food in your fucking mouth and makes you eat it. Look at that thing. It's so dumb.
Radiation protection.
Does that say gather facium? God damn it. Game! What is your obsession with shit and feces? God damn it, game. This game just wants me to eat shit. Is this Sean Murray's way of counter insulting me when I say, Sean, your game sucks at this particular instance? He's like, eat shit for this quest. Look at him go! He's got the super zoomies. Okay. Another very not as inconvenient and slightly and highly entertaining bug. You gonna fucking zoom around at the speed of sound? Like Sonic the Hedgehog?
Technology recharge.
I need to gather so much more dookie. Just fire a pellet out it like a shotgun into their mouths. It's so very undignified. I'm picking up their dookie! I hate it!
Radiation protection.
Why do I have to pick up their dung? Because the quest tells me to. But like, what am I doing right now? What's happening? Am I deploying a ingester? I couldn't read that. Can you please bring that back for a second, please? What am I doing? What's happening? Oh, it's okay. It's wanting me to craft the lubricant for the ingester, the food claw arm that shoves things in my glizzies in my gullet. Facium and gamma root. Where would I find gamma root? Pray tell. What is this? Memory stone. Grabberry. Sick. Wait, let's see where planets. Gamma root. Gamma root is here. Yeah? Yeah, is that what I need? Am I needing gamma root? Where is this gamma root? There's uranium. Urine. Urine. And feces. Get out of here, beast. And you're poopy. Alright, let's see what we got. What's this plant thing? That's gamma weed. It's not quite gamma root, but it's got the word gamma in it. Venom sac. Spinies. Oh shit! The police are here. They're gonna kill my ass dead. I stole their valuables. Their valuable sea urchin piss. Hey, gamma root. I found it. Turns out the gamma weed was, in fact, gamma roots as well. By a different name, I suppose. This reminds me of a line from one of Vinny's streams that just like sticks in my brain because it's fucking hilarious and hysterical to me, where he's like, dude who injects weed needles. I played that back over at least 50 times because I just couldn't. I nearly peed my pants. The way he says it is so funny. He injects weed needles. I mean, the statement is absurd because you don't inject weed via a needle. But again, and also just the way he's saying it is funny. Weed needles. It's like all the I watch YouTube just like constantly, sometimes I watch the same videos hundreds of times because I'm too cheap for cable, and there is a literal ocean of content for which to view on YouTube. It is so vast and so great. And yet I watch the same, like, maybe 5-10 channels, and out of those 5-10 channels I like watch some of their videos and not all of them. Because like some videos of Vinny's I don't watch because it's just like, I mean, I watched all of Final Fantasy VII even though I don't really like JRPGs, just because I do like Nomura's character designs and I really kind of wanted to like absorb what makes Final Fantasy VII so great. And I gotta be completely the fuck honest, Final Fantasy VII is still not appealing, even though I watched Vinny play the entire fucking game. Like, it's just not for me. It really, I'm glad I saw the story being played out, and I understand what happened, and I know Final Fantasy VII, but it's like, son, if I were introduced to that from, like, a video game rental, out of just, oh, hey, what's this game? I would be returning it without making more than a few hours of progress, because, yikes. That shit is hella dated. Holy cow. Like, it's the total experience of the game, to me, that's just not good. Like, I'm not gonna say any one part of it is bad, because it's Final Fantasy VII. It's old as fuck. It's like, what was it, 1997 that the thing came out? It's like forever ago. I was probably not even old enough to even grasp what the fuck takes place in that game. Even though a friend of mine loves it. Favorite game. Well, maybe it's not his favorite game, but it's like one of his favorite games. And he's like, I love that game. And it's like, why? Why do you love this game? Why is it so cool? Why is it so good and powerful and fun and nice? Like, even as a 30-year-old adult, I'm like, what the fuck is happening in this story? Why are these... He goes underground, he's in this, like, weird, fucked up zone that's not even real, and it's like, what is happening? And I am told that all JRPGs are like that. Another friend of mine that plays JRPGs and likes them is like, bro, their stories are all so bonkers and crazy. And it's like, yeah, I saw that part. I saw that. It's to the point where I'm just like, were they just like smoking weed? You know, were they doing drugs? What the fuck is even happening? How is this even something a human mind would contemplate? Which I suppose you could say very much about, like, the Beatles and Pink Floyd and stuff. Like, they took drugs and then they made weird dumb songs that are just nonsense. Like, it's another hot take of mine that I hate the Beatles music. I hate it. It's dumb. It's lyrically nonsensical. The music has no rhythm, rhyme, just complete random bullshit. Which, to be fair, Pink Floyd kind of is too. Especially some of the, like, just random fucking sound songs that they have. Where it's just random cars, horns, cats and dogs barking, musical nonsense, the cashier drawer opening and closing, just random crap, just random sounds playing and then recording, and that's the music. That's it. It's like, what? I like order and sense. You know, I like things to make sense. And yet, I play and enjoy Kingdom Hearts. But, I don't know, it's just one of those things where if I had played Final Fantasy VII, and I'd been younger and way more impressionable, and I had been like, oh man, this is like really edgy and cool, and I'm like not even old enough to understand sex, and what is this? And like it wouldn't come off as cheesy and dumb and cliche and stupid to me, then maybe I would have like enjoyed it. Maybe I would have found it entertaining. But at present time. It just does not. I have to. What? I mean, I could craft a microprocessor, certainly, but you telling me I gotta make a base? And then have a science specialist at said base? Ugh. That sucks. Is there a way I can get this lubricant information? Is that one of the rewards for something else? Let's see. I'm just gonna check these rewards here and see what we got. We got some really weird ones. Colossus. Oh, yeah, I think I know what that is. I think I had one of those. I'm not seeing any rewards that give the blueprint for lube. So I might be kind of fucked and I might have to make a base. Shit. Fish pie. Jesus. Ah, fuck, man. Lithium and methane? Is that a fart joke? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that gives you the reward of a lube. I wonder if I could go to the anomaly and get it there. But there was another one that I could do. This one. A base on a gas... Because I'm on... Well, I guess I'm not right now, but I was on a gas giant. Okay, well, what else can we do in this first phase here? What do we got? We got warp to a new system. We can do that easy. First rendezvous we can get to. It's just like I like to do the things that I can do in the first area because it's like they're all right here. There's so much shit you need for the later crap that's right here on this starting system. And I hate to go away from it and have to come back and find out how to get back to it. Or try to find it in some random system and, like, spend hours looking for it again. So I like to get a bunch of shit done immediately in these expeditions. Having done, like, 15 of them. I know that there's later shit that I can do here. And I like to try and get it done, but I can't do the lube just yet. These are all pretty standard. Like that one, I think, actually, if I can get back to my ship, I think I have a pre-packaged jet, Aquajet thing in there already. I just don't have it installed. Right? Oh. Well, maybe I don't. I thought I did. I thought I had a pre-packaged one that I got as part of a reward. Maybe not. Let me see. Oh, I got plans. I got the plans for the Aquajet. Okay. So I have the recipe to make it. Okay, I can do that. I don't have that. And I don't have that. Okay. So, God, am I is my slots already filled already? Okay, 2 of these goes in this. Okay. Let's throw all our shit in the ship here. Because we have a lot of space in the ship. Not a lot of space in our inventory. So let's get all the junk out of the way. This we need. We need the ferrite dust. We'll keep that too because we can sell those. We can sell those. We gotta keep this. Okay. So that needed salt, which we actually had some, and that was on the that was the starting planet. It had salt, so we should go get that. But salt can usually be found where the crystal sulfide is, so I'm not too worried about that. And then this, just throw that shit in there. We need to give it a little bit more fuel. Okay. So that's grinding away on that. So the lubricant we can't do right now. Microprocessors, we can buy those easily, pretty much. We needed 150 of this. So let's get it done here. Get that 150. There we go. Okay, we're good. Back in our exosuit. Okay. Put the 150 magnetized ferrite. Put some salt in there. We don't have all of it, but we have some. Okay, so let's... Oh yeah, you know what? We could find more of these blue thingies. I think we went to that one already. But let's see if we can find any more of those. Real quick before we leave. I think I see one. I think that's one there. Yep, that looks like one. Okay, let's see what we got. What do we learn from this one? What kind of PP jewels can we get out of you? That. Which is Bubkus. I want the one that's like a rotunda. I want that one. Which you might say, what's a rotunda? And it's like, it's the one that's like a dome. Kinda. It's like a reverse dome. Well, not a reverse dome, but like, you know what I'm saying. It's the one that's like a circle on the inside. Or like a half sphere. Oh, there's 2 of them right next to each other. Perfect. Okay, that one's not what we want. There it is, there it is. Ruined dome. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, I want that. That's what I wanted. There's a dome. A ruined dome, okay. It looked like a rotunda to me, but that's okay. My knowledge of words is, Whoa, I needed 400 gamma... Oh, shit. Hold on. I need a lot more gamma root. Hold up. The game is telling me I fucked up. I didn't get all the gamma roots I need. So let's find some more real quick. So that's pretty easy. It sticks out really, really noticeably. Where is it? Should be some here. Oh, there's some. There's yellow things. They look like giant sunflowers. I love that you can just hold the button and just run around and it just auto grabs everything. That's such a nice QOL addition by the programmers of this video game. Sometimes they know what they're doing. Although they're bass fucking backwards as far as their decision to put the sprint on the right stick, which is the one you use to look around, and the scan on the stick where you move. That's like completely backwards. And the thing that's really annoying is they freaking keep changing it on me. Like, it's sticking right now, but like on the Steam Deck in particular, it constantly changes it back. And I abso-freaking hate that shit. I hate it so much. I wish they would just let me keep my control scheme, because you can make your own, but their official one keeps butting in and saying, "Oh, well, you should use the official one," and it's like, no, I don't want to use the official one. That's like saying, "Oh, you should wear the left shoe on the right foot and the right shoe on the left foot, because that's the official way." And it's like, no, the official way's stupid. Sorry. It's dumb. Sprinting is a movement thing. It should be on the movement stick. Scanning is a looking thing. It should be on the looking stick. Sprinting by clicking the look stick in is not a thing in any game. Sprinting is usually a shoulder button or the left stick click. And it normally, I change it to the left stick click because that's just how I roll. That's just the way I like it. Oh, this is weird. Is this a dead? Is this a dead one? I think this is a dead one. There's nothing here. It's even modeled after the old space stations where it had a room on that side, a room on that side, and then like all the little shops were along the edges. That's how they used to be. And then they updated space stations so that everything is in like the center. And it looks a lot nicer. I'm not gonna lie, it does look way better. But they traded one always every time the same static layout for another one that's always the same way. I mean, it changes colors, but like all the shops are in the same place. And they do that on purpose. I mean, they want you to be able to find stuff. They do it for consistency. Which makes sense. I mean, it's a good decision, I think. Going from one gas giant to another. One purple system to another purple system. Let's see if the space station is not shit on this one. This is another purple one, right? Or is it? Oh. Oh yeah. It's got quartzite. Yeah, it's a gas giant. I mean, it's got activated quartzite, which is different. That's a new thing. and the purple ones had that. So I assume this is a purple star. Maybe it's not a gas giant, and this is just a purple star with no gas giant. Or maybe I'm not looking at the gas giant planet. Oh, I see. So I guess they all are like this. So all the purple systems have shitty, broken down space stations. That sucks. That's like the red systems don't have a space station. That's so annoying. Okay, well, you have to leave again. So we need to go. It shouldn't even let you go to the star thing without having the goddamn fuel in place. I seriously burned up my entire what? It was telling me I had to go to a base and get a science specialist. Okay. I guess I skipped that step. Sounds good to me. So I can't do any of the rest of this though. Although... Oh, I need another antimatter. I'm dumb. So we can put that in there. Okay, so we can't do those things yet. Again, we still need... Why does it want me to craft the carbon nanotubes? What the hell is that for? What am I building that needs that? Yo, game, what are we doing right now? Purchase or craft oh. Is that what I need to make a microprocessor? Is that how I craft one? Oh, it is! It is! Okay, cool. Okay, so let me make another stupid nanotube thing. There you go. There's your microprocessors. And they go in here. Done. Just eat the fucking meat. Put the creature bits in there. I could have put the bread in, but I was like, it'd be funny if I do something stupid. Like the facium, just put the facium in the food in Chester. It's like, yeah, feed the shit directly into my mouth. Gross. Oh goody. More things that go into my holes. Sure. Mm-hmm. Ooh, I don't have enough chromatic metal. I gotta make more. And I don't even have anything to make the shit with. Okay. Going in. Harvest living pearl from armored clams. That would require water. And I don't know... Oh! Wouldn't you know it? I'm smack dab in the water right now. I'm an idiot. See, the thing is I can't land on the water yet because I don't have the aqua jets. But if I could, I could have been like, I'm gonna get out, I'm gonna go down, I'm gonna look for pearls. They might be here. But I can't do that. What I need is quartzite. So I can make chromatic metal. It is showing me pearls right now, and I don't need it to. I mean, I could go get them, certainly. Floating crystal, you say? But it's very far away. I guess it's not that far. What is this floating? Oh, I see. Oh, I'm dying. I'm hard dying. I'm hard dying. I need... No, please stop. I'm hard dying. Oh, I'm hard dying. I am so incredibly hard dying. Oh my god, this planet is a This planet is a freaking nightmare of hell. It's awful here. There's poison everywhere. I'm dying. I'm hard dying. Even in the water, I'm hard dying. It's terrible. This place sucks. I'm more hard dying out of the water than I was in the water, for God's sakes. Oh my god, get me out of here. Slightly less hard dying. No, I'm still dying at the same rate, I think, actually. Well, this is not good. I think it is a little slower in the water. I think it is actually a little slower. I'm dying ever so slightly less in here. My body can tolerate the poisonous water more than the air, which is silly. Stop. What is that? What is that thing? What is that? It's like a brain slug. I love it. I want it. I want it on my head. I want the brain slug. No, stop. Damn thing. I don't want the stupid clams right now. This is cool though, the water is deep. This is one of the new things about the update, is there are places where water can be very, very, very deep. And you need like pressure diving shit to not die. Like Subnautica, which is sick. Subnautica 2 actually comes out this year. And it's going to have co-op, which is really cool. My nephew is one of the two of them. Plays a lot of video games like I do, and he is very into Subnautica. So probably he and I will play some of Subnautica 2. That game was really cool, and also gives me night terrors. I have an immense fear of the unknown when it comes to the ocean. Like, if I'm in a place where I think there could be sharks, or like even just sharp pointy things on the ground, like just like shells and stuff, and I can't see it. Oh god, it just it's terrifying. Where do I put the fucking oxygen in? Shit. I'm dying from water poisonness. There's water in me. I'm drowning. How do I fix this? I can't put... Okay, good. Thank God. Like, you have to have a water protection module to not drown? What? Why not you just put oxygen in your mouth? Silliness. Hurry, ship. I'm dying. I'm dying. Hurry! Okay. No, get back in. I pushed the paddle on the bottom of my controller. Okay, so let's put the purple stuff in there. Okay, and that goes in there. Oh, we had... Oh, yep, this... There you go. Huh? Okay, so there were actually clams, which it wants me to get 6 pearls? Jesus! That's a lot of pearls. Because I imagine I'm only going to get 1 per.
Toxic protection falling. Extreme water toxicity detected. Toxic protection falling.
This is going to go really bad, but I don't know which way is up. Like right now. Like right now. I hope this is up. Oh shit. And I'm dying from poison as well. You ever been in a situation where you're leaking water because that's apparently different from drowning? You're running out of oxygen because that's actual drowning, and then you're also being poisoned to death? Oh God. Oh please God, get away from that thing.
Technology recharge. Extreme night toxicity detected.
I am extreme everything sucks right now, lady. Jesus, give me a minute. Let me get the fuck out of here. Extreme everything hurts. All your things are bad. Everything sucks. Yes, we are aware. Every bar is depleting. All of them, including one for probably me shitting, but I'm not complaining. Alright, we're leaving this place. We have some of the pearls. We don't have all the pearls. Fuck it, we're leaving. I have to go to a place where there is a terminal that I can sell and buy. We needed to make a warp cell, right? And then that means we need this. And we put those things together and we get that. Shove that shit in the hole there. They only put it up to 30%! No wonder it ran out immediately. Jesus. These are so inefficient and terrible. I hate these. My warp system sucks wieners. I can go 2 feet away. Because the range is terrible. Oh, jump right. Oh, you can't like hurl a loogie at it and hit it. Just get me somewhere. Anywhere. Somewhere that has a working mall. So that I may buy the things. And sell the things. Okay, here we go. This guy here has an actual space station bits. This is what they look like now. They're much bigger. Although, you know, I don't know if the landing area for ships is any bigger necessarily, but it certainly does feel bigger. Because, yeah, like, these shops that are in the middle used to be all along these edges. I mean, look at these edges. This looks like a space cafe. Although, this has a lot of bench seats. So, I guess it's more like a space airport terminal. What do we got here? What is this thing? No, that doesn't look that cool. Alright, let's see. Here we go. Here's our space shop. Sell and buy our things. We can buy the microprocessors, but we already kind of have those. They don't have the magnetic resonator thing that we need. So we can't get that yet. These wiring looms are good, but I don't have enough money. We'll fix that. Polished stone is 100 credits? That's it? Boy, them polished stones ain't worth shit. Whereas the storm crystal, 1,000,000 credits. Well, that's all 7 of these, but 7 storm crystals for a freaking 1,000,000 credits, bruh. 1,000,000 credits already that I can now buy at least a handful of these. I'm gonna buy like 2. Because those are gonna come in handy later. Okay. We still have 1,000,000 credits. We did not even go under 1,000,000 credits. With 2 of those wiring looms. Decorative plant. You can get carbon from the plants in the space station. Dang. That's a new, well, that's not a new feature, but it's a newer feature, I think. Okay, so normally these are not really that important when you have space, but it's just like the thing that I do because it's annoying is like, you see all these dumbass little holes that don't have a place to put stuff? I'm filling them shits in. It's OCD. Nut. Natuxonia subar? Are these all, like, sexual names that are, like, very close to, like, nutsuck and, like, Balzac and you testicles and various plays on penile words? I feel like I see that a lot in this game. Like, oh, ho, 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 that's like one letter off from nutsuck. It's like nutsa, or like new suck. It took out the T. Cool, that's fine. I don't care about that. Oh my fucking god. I just sold all of my fucking storm crystals. God damn it. But I think they just gave me some. Well, they gave me the shitty ones. Great. Target outside of system. What target are we? Oh, I see. Rendezvous point. Yeah, that's not here. Oh boy, what time is it? It's 11:30, so I only have like another 45 minutes ish. Can we install the jump jets or whatever, this aqua jets thing? No. No, we cannot. Okay. I needed to name something. So let's dump fuel in there. And then galaxy map. It wants me to go there. Somebody's probably already found that. But if I come across a place that is undiscovered, I could name it. No. Discovered by prescient stones. Which, again, I feel like is a very highbrow way of saying discovered by somebody's balls and nutsack. I just want to see it say discovered by your mom. That's a terrible joke. That's stupid. But it's still funny sometimes. I'm ignoring you. Go fuck yourself. Ignoring you. Go fuck yourself. Not fighting you. Ignoring you. Go fuck yourself. Don't care. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself. Don't care. Leave me alone. Don't care. Not fighting you. Fuck you. Approximate location. How about this one? Am I anywhere close? Is it in here? It says it's in here, maybe. What am I looking for? This thing? Mm-hmm. Goose chase. Lead me on a goddamn goose chase, I'm sure of it. What's that even a part of? Is that like a different quest? I don't even know what the fuck it's talking about. I like how I started the expedition in a fucking tornado. Literally, my character spawned inside of it. Like, it wasn't like, oh, I woke up and then a tornado came. I was in it. I was straight up in it. Second I came to, my character was whirling around in a fucking tornado. For God's sake. What? Scan for the... What? What am I doing? Where? Bro, it's off planet. I scanned and I somehow uncovered a thing that's not on this... So the scanner tells you where, like, carbon and hydro whatever the fuck and sodium and shit are around you in a very, very, very small radius. I did the scanner, and it's like, oh, the thing that you scan for is off-world. Okay. I don't think that's how the scanner works, but sure. If that's the way that the story is conveniently told, that you scanned and it just, oh, go way the fuck over there. 6 billion miles that way. I suppose it's like, it couldn't be here because there's no water on this planet. Or like, there's no water around. But it's like, really? Why would you take me to a planet that doesn't have water and then say, oh, you scanned, and it's like, way the Christ over there. Way the fuck over that way. Like, maybe they could have put this terminal thing that they took me to on the planet with the water on it. But, yeah, this game has so many systems that are overlapping each other and intertwining and shit, and it's all location based, because it's like these systems would seem fake and unreal if they were occurring in front of our eyes. So they are employing a common video game trick where, oh look, this thing, it's just over this hill. And my just over the hill is way the fuck on another planet. It's a common trick. Things that are outside the player's view are pretty much considered invisible because you can't see them. So, if you could see them, you'd be like, oh hey, that thing just appeared out of thin air. And there it is now. But because it's obscured, hidden, or otherwise unseeable, it appears to be in a place and then you go to it. Oh look! Someone made a nice thing of land for me to land on. How nice. How very nice of them. Yeah, so, hearkening back to a previous expedition, there was a thing that you had to go to. That's weird. That weird purple, like, shit happening there. That's strange. Point being, so there was a thing underwater and you had to go to it, and it was like, the only way you could go to it was to be on a place super far away. Very, very far. And then land ship, get out of ship, and then swim for fucking miles. Like this. But for like hours. Literally forever. I was so mad. I was so fucking pissed off. I could not believe that they had done that. So, I did this. And I created a place to land Starship. And then I had some player show up and start fucking killing me. Like, no, don't do that. You gotta fucking have people swim all the fucking way out here. And I'm like, are you an asshole? What are you doing? I'm making it easier for everybody else. And this dipshit's shooting me. And I feel like they had to have been a dev. And they were like, no, we want players to suffer. Because why the fuck else would you do that? Why would you actively try to prevent me from making a platform for other the fuck people to land on? This either that or it was a player who was so fucking angry that they didn't think about making a fucking platform of dirt like me. And they were like, no, everybody's got to do it the hard way because I said so. And then the devs locked editing. Because I came back to that later. I think there was a warp thing that I took to get there, and I was like, did the douchebag player delete my dirt pile? And the terrain editing was disabled. So that's partly why I think it was a dev, is that the terrain editing got locked. And the only reason you would do that is to prevent people from doing what I was doing. Or they thought, well, people are fighting over this shit and we better stop, so we'll disable terrain editing so that people stop fighting each other and shit. But I think it was a dev, and I think they were trying to punish people and be like, no, you can't build here. You're not supposed to build here. You shouldn't be able to build here. But it's like, if that was a dev, and that dev is watching this, fuck you. Fuck you, and I hope they fired your ass. And I hope you never get a game dev job ever again. Because you're a piece of garbage for making people do that. If you specifically, the dev, were trying to force people to park their shit 6 trillion miles away and swim for a literal 45 goddamn minutes to get to that spot, fuck you. And I hope you never ever have happiness or fulfillment in your life ever. Because that sucked dick. That was 45 minutes of swimming to get there. And I want that 45 minutes back. I'm going to find you, Dev, and I'm going to take 45 minutes of your life and inject it into my body like Peter Thiel, like a goddamn vampire. Fuck you. Because that was shit. And you know it. Which is why you made it that way. And then you came and tried to kill me so that I could stop me from making it easier for other people so they didn't have to do the stupid shit you wanted them to do. Fuck you. And that's why this channel is not for children. Sorry. that is legitimately why I do that. There's a thing that's like, is this for children? No. No, fuck no. This is absolutely not for children. Because I'm angry! I'm mean and I'm nasty. And I'm mad at devs who make the game harder on purpose to be shitheads. Seriously, fuck you. That's like an Elon Musk, Donald Trump thing. Stop fucking making things harder for people just to be a dick. Seriously. Like, I get mad thinking about that shit. I think back on it and I get mad. I get really angry and pissed off that somebody would go out of their fucking way to make things harder and waste people's fucking time like that. They're like, oh, you enjoy the swim. No, bruh. I would have enjoyed the swim for 5 fucking seconds, not 45 goddamn minutes. Nearest land to that spot, 40 fucking 5 minutes of swimming away, you shitface. And I'm not being exaggeratory. Like, I don't remember how long it was. It was a long fucking... I seriously put down the controller with something on the thumbstick to keep it pushed forward and went and did some other shit and came back. That is how long it took. Because it was that far away. I was screaming as I did when I did the Looper expedition, and I was being attacked by fucking spaceships while I was not in my spaceship, and they killed me. They swarmed and killed me, and I was, oh my god, I was so mad. And they updated the game. They literally patched the game to be like, yeah, the space pirates are not gonna like suddenly appear and start shooting you. It's like, yeah, buddy. Especially on the expedition where you start the fuck over from the beginning when you die. Which, in fairness, every time you died, it got a little easier because you had progressively... There's something that you could unlock that made it faster each time. But it was just like, son, the objective is to complete the entire expedition without dying. And if you die, you start over. And again, it does go faster, but it's still, hey, do this shit again. Like, it's not gonna... Some parts of the expedition don't get any faster. You still have to redo them. And it's just like, oh my god. It was so frustrating. It was the worst. It's things like that just... I wanna put on a nice boot with a big, stompy, heavy sole that's like made out of metal, and just squish their balls like grapes. Because fuck you. Why would you do that? But they fixed it. That was a bug. I was mad about that, but it was a bug. They fixed it. They patched it. It's gone. However, as we were previously saying, some jackass tried to prevent me from making the game easier for other players, and again, they locked the editing, which tells me, conspiracy theory time, that the devs were trying to stop me from making it easier for other players, and they can go fucking eat razor blades, because fuck them. But that's in my head, and maybe that was just a shitty, mean-spirited player who also can go fuck themselves. But, you know, I don't know. That was what happened, and I was mad. I was so mad. I was like, bruh, I just spent 45 minutes to an hour swimming forward because I could not park my stupid fucking spaceship near the goddamn underwater thing miles away. And then I try to make it easier for other people who are about to do the same thing, and fucking hate themselves for fucking an hour, and some shitty person stopped me. Or tried to stop me. Thankfully, somebody had made a base on some of the land that got built, because I wasn't the only one doing it. I think it was when I came back later, I saw that there was a ton of land there, and there was a base. And when someone puts down a base, you can't undo it. You can't edit terrain, you can't delete their base, you can't do anything. And I think that's why, actually, I think that's what the terrain, now that I think about it, I think that's why the terrain was not editable. But it's like, why would you stop me? If not to make sure it stayed shitty, right? Like, what other reason could that person have possibly had to prevent me from making dirt like that? Because it's in the middle of goddamn nowhere, and there's just like this underwater ruin objective thing directly below it. And it's not like somebody's home or it's just some random fucking thing. Just some stupid ass thing, objective. Nothing else. Nothing. But it was hard to get to. And normally, those big oceany planets have land in places. And unfortunately, in this particular case, the nearest land was so fucking far. So far away. And I wanted to help. I wanted to make it simpler, better, easier. So I thought it was really rude of that player to do that. And in my mind, at the time, I was thinking the devs were fighting me, trying to make sure it stayed hard, trying to make sure they were making it hard for their players. And I still wonder. Because, you know, it was some random person. I don't know who the fuck it was. I couldn't confirm nor deny anything about them. I didn't know if they were a dev or not. They might have been. Could have been. And that would have confirmed my theory that they were just masochistically, sadistically, assholishly jerky, terrible people who, again, should not be in the business of making video games because they're just trying to fucking torture people. But yeah, that was a thing that I saw that in this case there was a piece of land that I guarantee some nice, good player made for me to land on, and there's even a little underwater shelter for me to get oxygen in down there. So either they fired the sadist, or that person was just a shitty player. But I was so stunned. In the same way that if somebody just came up and started stabbing me with a knife, I'd probably just take it for a minute. Because I'd be like, my brain would not be able to comprehend. Why are they doing this? Why are they just running up and stabbing me out of nowhere? And I would get so stuck on trying to wrap my dumb, idiot little brain around why they're doing this. And it's like the movie the Dark Knight, the old man, the butler guy, tells Bruce Wayne, what's his name? Not Christopher Nolan, not Christian Bale. Tells the old guy whose name I don't remember the actor's actual name, butler guy, Alfred, tells Bruce Wayne, Christian Bale, that some men just want to watch the world burn. There was no reason. There was emeralds or rubies, some gemstone, and the guy that was stealing them just threw them on the ground. Didn't give a fuck. Didn't want them. They were valuable and could have sold them for a high price, but he just was like stealing them and throwing them on the ground and fucking it. He just didn't care. And that was the moral of the story. Some people are just assholes for no reason. And that's the world we live in. That's one of the many obstacles we face in life, is shitty people who want to just be assholes for no reason. Among other obstacles and threats, right? Among other things that we must deal with, we have what is this? What am I looking at? What is that? That's a ship. But it's a normal, like, non-hostile ship. Why am I able to target this guy? That is beyond strange. Anyway. But yeah, I get on a tangent. I just start fucking losing my mind and spewing garbage out of my mouth, and I'm sorry. It's mainly when I get angry at things. I get that way. Okay, well, the rendezvous point is over there. So we gotta go that way. I can only go to places I've been. I can't go anywhere else. They're all out of jump range. I hate this ship so much, it's terrible. I'm gonna go and visit the anomaly and get a better ship than this. But I think the devs have been very careful to not have better ships with further warping capabilities. I'm still gonna do it though, because I need a better ship than this. And I don't want to spend any money buying one because I'm gonna need that money to do other shit. Whereas I can just go to the anomaly and be like, hey, remember that super cool golden ship or that other ship that's cool or whatever? Like, there's so many rewards, so many reward ships for other expeditions that are way cool. Let's get one of those and just summon it in, and we can totally do that. It took me forever to get to the surface of this one. And it has some kind of hazard, right? Yep, it's on fire. It's hot. Every one of these big planets is just bad. Oh, it's unknown? It's got salt. Wonder if it's something I can quote-unquote discover and rename. I'm getting money for all these things I'm discovering. Now I'm gonna dig myself a hole. Oh shit, I'm in the water and it's hot, probably, right? Oh, maybe it isn't. Just bobbing and weaving. Oh man, look at that. It's fucking weird. These planets are moving. No planetary fauna. Nothing there. This thing. Okay, can I name this? Oh shit! It was discovered by Ethan Denton. Damn it.
Extreme temperature detected.
What was I doing? No, like, expedition. What am I doing? Construct a base. Yeah, I guess I was looking... Oh, wait. We got crystallized helium. That's on this planet. That's on here. That's an option. Where would that be? No. I mean, I do need that, but no.
Protection falling.
Wait. That's quartzite. What is that? Big volcanic shit. No. Hey, there we go. Get it. Select it. I'm glad they gave me 2 of those things to start with. That was good on their part. So, see, the devs, for the most part, are doing shit to help me. I am not certain who that person was combating me to destroy my poop land structure to ensure players had a hard time getting to that thing. But I hope that person was not ever again allowed to be part of No Man's Sky. Whether they were a player, whether they were a dev, I don't know, but I hope they never come near this game again. Because they are a asshole. They are a mean-spirited asshole and they do not belong here. The only people that need to be here are people that want to help each other. Which I feel like to some degree that's kind of how we're trying to, like, that's kind of a goal of humanity at large, right? We would like to have people who are helpful to each other and not as many people who are mean to each other, kind of thing. Is that not? God, these planets are a little insane. They really don't make a lot of sense in some ways. And they have some really strange graphical madness that I've not encountered in this game. But would I say this is worth doing every story quest mission and slogging through hundreds of hours of content to get to? Probably not. Unless, again, there's some really cool new features like space teleportation frag grenades, or like starships that can go through planets or some shit. Unless there is something about these purple worlds that I feel I want or need that I cannot get anywhere else in the game, I don't think I care about this. I'll enjoy it for this expedition, but from what I am seeing, I don't think I need to hurry my way through the quest to get to this in my main save. I don't think it's that important. I mean, eventually, yes, I would like to be able to go to these kinds of planets, because the variety is part of what makes this game so enjoyable. It's just like, you never know what you're going to see. You never know what random shit you're going to pull out of the bag. Because this game is procedurally generated, and part of that is the creatures, the planets, the weather, the stars. Everything is part of a system. That's like, pull this option from this thing with this thing and that thing. It's like, it's Mad Libs, but with like assets. Which a lot of games out there that are made by smaller dev teams rely on this randomization-ness to like make their game feel more fleshed out and create, like, you know, better than it is. But it really depends on how you do it. Some procedural generation is okay, but I think in this particular instance, the devs made all of these assets. Right? They knew what they were doing going in. That they're going to have systems in place that are going to pull from certain things, but they have to make sense, right? They're not going to put fish on the land. They're not going to put birds in the ocean, although there was that one swimming cow, which is nuts. But I think that was a joke, and it was fun. It was intentional. But it's like their systems makes they make it make sense. They're doing it on purpose. They're using the procedural generation in their favor and making it complement what they already have in place. Too many devs out there who are new and maybe a little lazy are just like, fuck it, throw this crap together programmatically and I'm done. I don't want to fuck with this. They take the easy way out. The game looks kind of sloppy as a result, and it's just not as fun. Case in point, and this is gonna be a bit of a hot take for those of you out there who are Warframe fans. Brace yourselves, flame suit on, everybody. The Warframe level design is procedural because there's a bunch of cookie cutter pieces that are slapped together procedurally, and it sucks. Hot take. But those procedural level design, like just the pieces, just the cookie cutter piece, they're so they're detailed and nice. They look nice, but they're basic bitch as far as their layout. And even when they like, oh, we're gonna make this like organic mess, and you gotta find your way through the intestine of broken, shitty, crapped up, tubey passageways that are not like squares. So that they tried to address, I would assume, previous criticism that their level designs were plain and square and too samey. And so they're, alright, fine, I'll just throw all these fucking tube noodles in there and throw that shit together and see how you like that shit. And it's like, it's even worse. in that case. In that case, it's worse because not only is it boring and lame, but it's also extremely hard to navigate in that case. Because then now it's badly designed and a mess. Instead of badly designed and at least I can navigate it. So, yeah, sorry Warframe devs, sorry Digital Extremes, but your level designs are lacking. Or not. It's like abyssal horror detected. In the wall. Normally, a horrible fish monster comes out and tries to eat my face. But I'm pretty sure he spawned in the terrain and died, or is just like stuck in there. I love these brain slug plants. I want one for my character's head. I want a brain slug on my character's head. I love it. I love these plant things. I love this brain slug thing. It's like one of them head humping things from Half-Life. Head crabs. It's like a head crab. That's what it reminds me of. But yeah, I think our abyssal horror friend got stuck. Because yeah, normally when you pick those little glowy ball dangles, eventually one of them ends up being the horrible fish monster that comes out and tries to eat your face. And he, I think, will actually kill you if you're just gonna let him bite you. Obviously, you run away, you swim away, and he doesn't, can't keep up with you. Otherwise, if he could, and you only had the choice of shooting and killing him or dying, I think a lot of people probably end up dying, because a lot of people don't end up getting many gun attachments for their multi-tool. I mean, usually you have something, but I just imagining if like he was really hard to kill and you had to like shoot him a whole bunch before he killed you, as opposed to just popping out, spooking you, and then you're like, oh shit, let me swim away, because fuck that. Is not very threatening when you can just swim away easily. He makes a horrible noise. Like, it's kind of unnerving, the noise being made, in addition to him like having big ass mouth of teeth coming at you. So it's likely that you'd find that for the first time like that and be like, whoa, what the fuck is this shit? And then, the being taken off guard you wouldn't think to get away very quickly and end up getting munched. I think that's what they're banking on, is the surprise factor, the shock factor. Like, oh my god, that thing is horrible, and then you just transfixed. Like how the player shot me, and I was like, I couldn't believe I think part of it was I was just surprised that there was PvP in this game. I think that was what it was. I was just like, he was shooting at me, and I was like, is he gonna be able to kill me? I didn't know. I had never come across that scenario before. Because, normally, like when the game first came out, it did not even have co-op. Two people tried to find each other, and they couldn't. They were on the same planet at what they believed to be the same exact location, and they couldn't see each other. And in truth, Sean and friends had not intended for players to find each other like that. They did not anticipate that somebody would even try to do it. Which, I guess when you make a thing, you don't really fathom that somebody out there in the world's gonna try and like fuck it or put it in their mouth or shove it in their ass. But if you in fact do create a product, there is a human being out there who will A, try to eat it, B, a human that will try to fuck it, and C, a human that will try to put it in their ass. Like, I'm not joking. I'm serious. I'm being very serious. There are people that will try and do all three of those things. Maybe not all at once, but there's somebody out there who's going to try to eat it, there's somebody who's going to try to fuck it, and there's someone who's going to try to put it in their ass. And again, I'm not joking. That's real. That's Rule 34 to some extent. I mean, that's the one where people try to fuck it, but like, I'm just saying, it's common. Just due to the number of humans out there in the world and the fact that our behavior patterns are relatively similar, that certain people exhibited behavior that resulted in me saying that. I mean, nobody's tried to plunge their hand into their own chest and rip their own heart out of their bodies, but I imagine that at some point in the that's not even really possible, to be completely honest. I don't think your hand strength is good enough to penetrate your own chest cavity, but it's just like, if you think people aren't going to do it, think again. Oh, yeah, I forgot why I was here. I was going to get a different ship. Oh, 5,000? Yeah. Yeah, sure. I'll do it 1,000 times. But I think I can only do it once. I think it doesn't matter where you are. I think it's just the same. Like, it's 5,000, then 10,000, then 20, then, it goes up, I think. Just no matter where you're at. Okay, let's go get the spaceship. And then I probably gotta stop for the night. It's getting late, and I gotta go to work tomorrow. And the weather sucks, and therefore the roads are probably going to be garbo and dangerous. I don't know what this one comes with. I'm a little curious, because I've summoned in this one and the golden one, gold vector, which is like, yeah, it was right here. Highly maneuverable spacecraft, durable alloy, tough layer. It's a good ship with a bunch of upgrades in it, basically. But yeah, I'm a little curious about this big, stupid, round one. Oh. Well, look at that. Wow. Holy hell. That has the highest upgrade of Starship. Like, blue class stars. Which, I have one that's purple. And I think that means I can do anything. But, like, man, this guy is kitted the fuck out. Yeah, this is a good one. Okay, so right now I'm gonna refuse it for the moment, but that's just because I want to. Oh, jeez. So the thing is, this, I guess the other one, I don't have a lot of storage. Is the problem. But see, we need this. We need this. And I'm also gonna do this one. And where's this guy, the tritium? Also do this. And this. And this. And eventually we'll get all the rest. But for right now, that's what we want. We need to have that immediately. Oh, 4,000 fuck. Damn it. Okay. We're in a safe place. And the ship getting in and out saves. Autosave. You wanna call that good for today? We didn't even finish the first phase, but we just have to go warping to get to rendezvous point 1. And we actually did a pretty good amount of phase 2 as well. So I cannot install the aqua jets, but I have them in here. It's just I need the magnetic resonator and the antimatter, which the antimatter, I thought I did the antimatter already, but let's make that real quick. Okay, so all we need now is the magnetic resonator 3. That's a lot of those. Can I make those? Am I able to make those? Holy shit, I am able to make those. Sick. I mean, it's kind of fucking expensive, but I have the recipe. And ferrite is everywhere. But you had to process it twice, and cobalt, that is twice processed cobalt. So this is a very expensive recipe, but it is doable. So that's cool. Alright, well we can for sure get that done next stream, probably. If I stream this again, I may not. I did a single stream of the last expedition and then just kind of played the rest on my own because I was like not really wanting to stream and just kind of wanted to play this. So, if I do stream it again, I'm not going to be going on and on and on, rambling about politics and motorcycles and all that nonsense. So, I apologize for anybody that did not want to hear me say any of that. If I ruined the stream for you, you're probably already gone, but I don't know. I feel like at least that's one of the things I like about video game live let's plays is that I like to hear them talk about other shit in addition to the video game they're playing, because it's being an introvert, you get like no information from other people, and like hearing other people talk on live let's plays like that, like when I listen to Vinny or the Game Grump, or like Aaron on Game Grumps, or somebody telling a story about their life that is like an experience I've never experienced, it allows me to learn things, maybe wrong things, I guess, but I don't know. It's a strategic socialization replacement technique. Yeah. We'll call it that. Anyway, again, thank you for watching part 1, or only part of this expedition, perhaps. But thank you for watching and hopefully putting up with my rambling. Whoa. Delete. That was a not screenshot. But yeah, thank you for putting up with me to some degree. Hopefully I was not too rambly and not too bad things say. So, but yeah, next time probably either more of this. I have a heist in Payday 3 to do. I have like 3-4 games that I've like not even touched to stream, which is good because this year's probably not going to have much in the way of new games that I can actually afford. I mean, I guess I can afford them, but it's like I don't want to pay a bunch of fuck you taxes. So, anyway,